And you, look at you. You don't fall into any. You know what's interesting about you is that you seem like you would be an actual fan of death metal jazz music. 100%. What do you do for work, Spencer? Right now, I'm looking for more work. Do a little part-time stuff. Like part-time gigs, or like an app, or do a thing where I check parking lots, but I don't write tickets. I just kind of scan them. You scan what? The parking lots? I get paid to scan license plates through an app. Oh, interesting. Yeah. Interesting. Hey, so, yeah, go ahead. Are you fine? You want to find niggas? I can if I want to, but most of the time I don't. Hey, fuck you, man. Hey, what? Yeah, they call man for 400 in the city, man. Oh, no, it ain't nothing like that. It ain't nothing like that. It's always like parking lots, and they have like 40 signs that say, hey, pay to park here. You think I want to say it's kind of one of them. I ain't have shit, nigga. I love those things. That's it. I hate what you do. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not proud of it. I'm not proud of it. If I see somebody sleeping in their car, I'm not going to write them a fucking ticket. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not a dick. You hear that, David Jolly? Hey, fuck you, son. Fuck you, asshole. I got a goddamn resident, motherfucker. Kiss my ass. A residence. That is such the words of someone that fucking doesn't. I don't have a fucking cop. I'm asleep in the motherfucker. You know what I mean? Yes, describe your residence more to us. David Jolly. Go on. It's a full bedroom. Oh, bedroom. Alright, let me shut the fuck up. I'm just be quiet, right? That's the best. Oh, God. You fucking crack me up, David Jolly. Just a reminder, David Jolly has the new Gang Violence shirt available at Bumside.com. A new podcast called I Know You Fucking Lying. Very long title. That is the actual title. I Know You Fucking Lying. I said, that's the name of your podcast? He said, IKYFL. I'm like, okay. Everyone's going to totally remember that. I Know You Fucking Lying, and the Gang Violence tour taking place now, not to be confused with the new Cam Patterson shirt selling out everywhere, and killmerch.com comes with a free raw, and his new YouTube show, Cam and the Whites. Am I saying that right? Yeah, Cam and the Whites. Cam and the Whites, where Cam talks with white people about white people shit and compares it to black people shit. I'm the white people shit. Like I went rock climbing a couple days ago because I like that. Hell yeah. And you do it, and they get to see the perspective of a nigga. You're gonna have to get more count on this episode, I think, tonight. There's a lot of niggas being said right now. I tell you that. David Jolly, will you contribute to the count? Never. It sounds like a hospital after somebody dies for the people on YouTube, by the way. There's just I love it. So, Spencer, tell us something more interesting about your life, some fun facts about you that make you different or stand out. I used to be over 420 pounds. Whoa. Yeah. Which did you, when you got up to 420, you smoked pot, and then you're like, I gotta get my life together. The scale stopped at 420. There was a week where I wasn't registering. Yeah. Damn. So what happened? How did you do it? So explain to Redman how you lost. How much did you gain? Apparently I've been dying for a long time. Not just from the overweightness, but like at the age of 30, I found out that I had celiac disease, lactose intolerance, and an allergy to meat from a tick bite called alpha gal. The old tick bite. Yeah. How about this? So basically, they took away all my bread, meat, and cheese. So like all my daily cooking methods. Oh my goodness, this is Redman's worst nightmare. Yeah, it's not great. Not great. So wait, they took away your what? What can you not eat right now? Gluten, dairy, or mammal meat. So I have like chicken. Breaking news: God hates you. So that was written by Cam Patterson. That moment of the show. It's okay. Very good. So what do you eat now? Chicken, seafood, fruits, vegetables, stuff like that. So you're black now. pounds.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is me. That's all me.
Yeah.
That is my entire fucking body.
I put some weight back on being in Texas because I eat shit I shouldn't.
Like what?
Like Terry Blacks. Like, it's good.
Right. Not to be confused with our panel, Scary Blacks. Thank you. Thank you. But yeah, some ashes flying in the air. I thought it was my cigarette. It was David's hand.
Hey, fuck you, Tom. Fuck you, you piece of shit. Fuck you, you asshole. That's what you doing, boy.
By the way, before people complain on the internet, we're all friends here. So when I point to say the N-word, or he says, fuck you, Tony, we're friends, internet. We love each other. People are going to be babies.
They're gonna kill Tony over this, too.
Oh, no, that nigga changed my life, bitch. Goddamn right. Yep, absolutely. 100% out here changing the lives of the blacks.
You like the NAACP?
What?
You like a white NAACP by yourself?
I am the white NAACP. The NAACP. Not to be confused with IKYFL, which is the podcast microphone. I love it. You're a cool guy, Spencer Boone. I'm gonna give you some Zippix nicotine toothpicks. These are cinnamon. These are gonna help curb your appetite. I'm gonna tuck it inside of a large Kill Tony jumbo, and you're leaving with a brand new state-of-the-art gel blaster. I'm gonna toss this at you. One of the trending things of the show is, will the person catch it? I believe you will catch it. Yeah, okay. We know what everybody catches it. Caught organized right. Let's Cantu tried the one-handed catch after freestyling about dildos, donuts, and drama. He had extra confidence in there. Congratulations, welcome to Austin, Texas. I love that people are moving here from the middle of nowhere in both coasts to chase their dreams. Spencer Boone, everybody, there you go. All right, we're running into overtime here. This is a late running show. You guys have energy left? I pulled the one left. All right, final fucking poll of the night goes by the name of Billy Ray Griffin, everybody. 3 names. Here we go. Billy Ray Griffin to close the show out of the fucking poll. Billy Ray Griffin. Okay, here he is. One more time for Billy Ray Griffin, everybody.
So I got some really good news. I just found out my brother's off the spectrum. Yeah, can I get around a podcast? Come on. Oh, he's not retarded. He just doesn't have internet. I think they should come up with all trans boys band and name them New Kids on the Top. So my mom named Patty with an I. If she didn't do dishes, my dad called her Patty with a black eye. She left him. That's Patty with a black eye. Unlike my mom, I'm glad that joke hit. So I just recently got out of jail. Yeah, man, I got arrested because I got in a crazy fight. When I got out, my friend was like, hey, man, they got a thing in Texas called mutual combat. If you say that, you won't get in trouble. Well, I fucked up because I yelled mortal combat. All right, guys, I'm Billy Ray Griffin.
Billy Ray Griffin in 58 seconds. Okay, let's talk about it. I remember you, Billy Ray. You were on an episode with Adam Ray. He bought you a hotel when you first moved here. You didn't have a place to sleep that night. And what else? We tried to get you a job or something?
Yeah, I got a job. I got hired. And I did that for a little bit. Then I was working at a restaurant recently. And I got arrested.
I'll get arrested. Billy Ray.
Dude put his hands on me. Like, he poked me in the face.
He poked you in the face. What part of the face?
Like this.
Yeah,
I'm like, no, we eat it.
Fucking imagine.
We eat it now.
Yeah.
So he did that, and then, like, he was swinging on me, bro.
He started swinging on you after the poke?
After that. Well, I called his mom a bitch. But,
hold on a second. Hold on. At exactly which moment did you call this mom a bitch?
after he poked me on the face.
Right, so there's a poke on the face. You know, your mom's a bitch, and then Fitz.
And then Fitz.
And were they landing on
He
you?
swung on me. And he did the hockey moves, too.
What's that?
Like, he put my shirt over my face.
Oh, shit.
It sound like he kicked your ass. So, hey, once that head goes, y'all the bitches, oh, you hear me? So, I was afraid. So I grabbed whatever I could, and what I grabbed was a beer glass, a beer bottle.
A beer bottle over the forehead. Indeed, that will get you in jail. That is what we call assault with a deadly weapon.
Well, they lowered to a misdemeanor.
They lowered it to a misdemeanor. Okay, I'm going to go with my senior law correspondent, David Jolly, here on the if you haven't seen his rap sheet, it reads like the Holy Bible.
Hey, I ain't getting no background shit. That's all I'm gonna say. And by the sounds of things, that sound like bullshit. Yeah, bro. I believe you my dog, man, right?
Yeah. David, if you were his public defender in this case, look out there right down the barrel of camera one, and like it's the judge, and try to get him off. Here we go, so David Jolly, the world's worst public defender.
Dear Your Honor, you can look my motherfucking defendant right in the eyes and see he's retarded as hell. I love twice. He is a goddamn retard. Let him off. Now, come on. They gonna cut this goddamn check on him. Hey, shut the fuck up. I'm trying to get you out. My defendant is a goddamn retard. A goddamn retard.
This is the greatest show on the planet. Doesn't make any sense.
And it was a black dude. They let him go, but they arrested me.
It was a black guy?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
What's the matter? Let him go. I don't know. I'm surprised. I'm determined. I didn't say that. I take it back. I love you. We should have got arrested. For us being violent. Hey, what? You was that man who hit you with that shirt full. If you want to he got me good. How you gonna let me? Did he fuck you up bad? Just cut my lip a little bit. That sound like a motherfucking lie, bitch. No, I swear to God, Google it. You on Google?
You on Google?
You can get it on the TV.
I'm gonna die. You on the Google? How black was this guy on a scale from Mars Martian to David Jolly? What are we talking about here? Are you pointing at the bucket? Shit. Oh my god, wait, is that just because your shirt was over your head? It was complete darkness. Oh my goodness. D-Madness just said, imagine that on my complete darkness line. The little things you guys miss out there, it's incredible.
Yeah, I was pissed off. I missed 4 Kill Tony episodes like this night.
Wow.
Yeah, my birthday's New Year's. I was about to be mad if I missed New Year's because that's my birthday's New Year's Day.
Okay, and you're planning on going to the sold out HEB Center show, signing up. You bought tickets, so you're going to be on the inside.
Yep, and I'm going to sign up for it. So it's helpful.
Yep, absolutely. That would be a New Year's Eve treat. You in an arena.
That bitch would be solid as hell, boy.
We're going to get the popcorn popping during your set. It's going to be exciting. So, Billy Ray, you've been working hard in Sam. How long were you in jail for?
22 days.
22 days. So, explain to us some highlights and some lowlights to jail. What surprised you?
I got to do comedy in jail.
What?
I did stand up in jail. I did comedy. I told jokes.
You did?
Yeah.
Okay.
I got to
So you fucked yourself in the ass. That's incredible. How did that go? David Jolly, how do you think it went?
Hey, when you bombed in jail, did they beat your ass? That's bombed in jail. Oh, you ain't bombed in jail.
They liked it?
Yeah, man. There's nothing else for them to be entertained by, so they're selling that. It's the best thing in the world.
Yeah.
Did you get a standing ovation?
I mean, yeah, they stand. Okay, so that was the highlight. What was your least enjoyable moment in jail before we get you off the hook here?
The food sucked.
Right.
It was bad.
Can you explain to us your least favorite meal in jail?
Cornbread. Like stale cornbread.
David Jolly's mouth is watering.
I like cornbread, but
I know you like rapper. A lady is suing Disney World after water was forced inside her vagina on a water slide. The good news is she stands to make a lot of money. The bad news is it was Red Band's mom. Red Band, all us are all ass doing it. Night for the lagoon. California Senator Dianne Feinstein died 2 years ago. No, but apparently she actually had some dirt on Hillary Clinton. Okay, that's our time. Exactly 1 minute, by the way. The master of the craft, the undefeated, undisputed champion of Ozone, digging deep into his ear right now. Yeah, my ear has been itching all night inside of my ear hole.
Why do you think that is?
I don't know. I've gotten this new listening device saying, Tony, this is a true story. I found these people. They just moved into the apartment complex where I live. And I'm pretty sure they're drug dealers. I have been looking out of my window literally 8 hours at a time during the day. And I confronted one of the girls the other morning. She had these horrible sores all over her legs. And I go up and I'm like, oh, what, you just moved here? What's going on? And she said, yeah, my ex-boyfriend is really abusive. And I was like, oh, are you sure you fucking live here? And she said, you need to leave. Why are you acting so animated talking to me? So it kind of pissed me off that a literal crazy person called my fucking ass out for being crazy. I'm not fucking crazy. It took a hit to my confidence when that happened. But other than that, I've been doing all right.
For those of you that may have not understood that story, William is the type of neighbor that does indeed look out of his window a lot. He's kind of like a 75-year-old man trapped in the body of whatever the fuck that is.
He writes letters to the manager about his neighbor.
And he did. That is an actual. William has a bit here, believe it or not, is real with William Montgomery, including the part about Red Band's mom.
Yeah, she kind of covered.
Yeah, but this is real. William did talk to this lady, and then he complained to the manager of your building, and then what happened?
I told the manager that they were walking in their apartment with a bunch of bags with TJ Maxx on the bags. I think it was all stolen goods. And then I was thinking afterwards, I'm sure the lady is thinking I'm just some fucking person making fun of TJ Maxx. I'm not. I love TJ Maxx, but yeah, I've had it second thoughts. I should have deleted the email. I shouldn't have said it. But what's so funny?
It's Camp Patterson.
Bro, Dollar just moved in, bro. You don't gotta worry about it, dog. You gonna be fine. Oh, man, fuck you. I don't live over there. I live in a real piece of shit.
Yeah, I live okay. Yeah, I know these scary looking white people. I'm sure people thought I was talking about some blacks or whatever.
They not black. When they were Puerto Ricans?
Filipinos, I think.
So, yeah, you look out your window a lot. You're keeping an eye on everything. Has there been more suspicious behavior that we haven't heard about? You got back when you got back Sunday from the road.
Yeah, there's this anorexic girl. I'm always watching her walking around. She is horribly skinny, and the ambulance came to her apartment a couple days ago before we left to go to Virginia. So I think she might have died. I don't know. I was lucky I had them, and they rolled her out with a sheet over her head. So I do think she died. She was really skinny.
Very rarely do paramedics put a sheet over a living person's head. So it's extremely rare. Unless the person's just very sleepy.
Yeah, it could have been that, but I think she died.
To bother them with the bright light or the outside. Okay. What else is going on, William?
Somebody died, the drug dealers. What else is going on? I finally have some shows, Tony, where I'm doing some rare headlining sets.
Whoa, headlining.
And I think I'm now saying it too late. Some's coming up in Vegas and in San Diego and Memphis before that. So we'll see how it goes.
Are you going to name the dates of these shows?
I should have written it down on my note card. Honestly,
Do you have any idea what month they're in?
Yeah, October. I think the San Diego one is the last week of October, and the
fucking Vegas when it's the week before that. So we'll see. We'll see if I can do more than 20 minutes.
Promoter William Montgomery.
Yeah, we'll see if I can do 20 minutes, over 20 minutes. That's all I've been doing. What's funny,
Chucky, catch him doing the same 20-minute set 3 times in a row in Vegas, and
I'll have a lot of fun. You'll have a lot of fun. And if you show up, yeah, probably just do it 20 minutes. So people need to get ready for a 20-minute headlining set.
Can you give them a little taste of, like, can you do one joke that you do in your 20-minute set?
Hell no! I ain't getting on that damn boat! That's a book I'm working on about the only black lady on the Titanic.
See? Yeah. That chick crushes in theaters. We're having a lot of fun. I'd kick them out there first to get the party started in these theaters. And,
You know, a lot of buzz.
Yeah.
Somebody died during David Lucas's set, or all those running on heart attack.
There was a guy during David Lucas's performance at the Capital One Hall that in the front row who was having a heart attack during David Lucas's set, a literal heart attack. During David's set, someone had a heart attack, and it wasn't David Lucas. It's unbelievably incredible. What do you think, David Jolly?
That's real gang violence right there, boy. It was like you're killing motherfuckers with jokes.
That guy's okay, by the way.
William, let me ask you a question. What would you do if 2 people moved into your apartment building that looked like my esteemed panel here?
I'd come over there with some cookies that I had freshly baked and try to just make friends. Because if I'm being very honest with you, I'd probably be a little bit nervous. It's been nice being around y'all and around y'all. I'm not normally around a bunch of black people, but it's been a pleasure. So I'd probably go over there and try to make friends. And
is there anything that you're passionate about this week?
ooh, what am I not passionate about this week? I saw the new Saw 10 movie last night. That was a lot of fun.
Saw 10?
Saw 10. I spent $75 on their on the popcorn bucket and Saw cup, so that was exciting. And the popcorn really wasn't all that good. And it was a giant bucket, but I forced myself to eat it. And Tony, I'm really excited actually about the fucking bidet up in the green room bathroom right now.
Shit, there is a new bidet.
There's a new bidet up there, and I feel sorry for the motherfucker that has to clean it, because I pissed all over it. And I'm not gonna stop pissing all over the fucking bidet. Clean that shit up every night, but I'm gonna be peeing on it every fucking night.
You're gonna pee on the bidet?
Yes, just on the seat and the bidet, and just all parts of it. It's kind of, I don't know if you've noticed, it's coming out a long ways. It seems like a weird construction on that thing. I don't know.
It is a little misshapen. I'm not exactly sure who is in charge of lining up the bidet with the toilet here in the green room.
Different colors.
It's also a different color than the toilet. The toilet is black. The bidet is white.
What is a bidet?
A bidet is
That's the booty hole clean when they shoot one in your booty hole.
that is exactly how a
I'm pissing on that shit. They're gonna connect it. I love that bitch.
Cam Patterson, charming as hell.
You should do a show called Cam and the Games.
Oh shit.
That'd be hard, yeah.
Oh shit. I am in. What was that? What was that? What was that supposed to be?
The beginning of the Cam and the Games theme song.
Oh. Here we go. Here it is. The theme song, The Cam and the Gays. Cam and the Gays.
And then it's just right being on the show.
William, we love you. You did it again. William Montgomery, everybody. Cam Patterson, the shirt, available at GoMerch.com. Cam and the Whites at Cam Patterson on YouTube. Gang Violence shirts from David Jolly at Boneseye.com. Bonsai Books, also available at GoMerch.com. Selling like crazy. The drawing from the great Ryan J. Elam is in, featuring David Jolly and Cam Patterson. And it is cool as hell. They don't normally see drawings of them unless it's a police sketch. So it's very exciting. Thank you to Stick Toothpicks. Big Paul Beaver on the horn. Steve Madden for the beat. Sean Dean for the key. And Matt Mueller on the electric guitar. Check out the Cody Band every other Wednesday and the Secret Show every Thursday on the Sunset Strip BTS.com. Yes, no doubt about it. How about one more time for the great Cam Patterson and David Charlie, everybody? We did it again. We love you guys. Some official Kill Tony merch for sale on your way out. Available only here, not online. We love you guys. Thank you so much. Good night, everybody.
Mysticism and irrationalism are often seen as diametrically opposite positions. While mysticism involves direct, non-discursive intuition of insight, rationalism is founded on rigorous, logical deduction. Indeed, mystical insights often take the form of contradictory, ecstatic disclosures, while rational deduction has become a purely formal, often mathematical affair. The two seem separated by an insuperable gulf, yet that very gulf may say more about our philosophical presuppositions than it does about either mystical experience or rational deduction. Abraham Abulafia, perhaps more than most mystics and philosophers, managed to bridge this gulf by combining the rational rigor of the philosopher Maimonides with the prophetic ecstasy of Kabbalah. In this episode of Esoterica, I want to explore the philosophical and mystical underpinnings of Abraham Abulafia's combination of the rational and the ecstatic in his prophetic Kabbalah. This episode is also special because it's a part of a collaboration with my friend and colleague Philip Hall over at Let's Talk Religion. I really deeply admire Philip's work, and you absolutely have to check out his channel, especially if you're interested in Islamic mysticism or Sufism. His episode will provide an overview of Abulafia's turbulent life, his overall home, and his works, so make sure to check it out in the card above. Also, make sure to subscribe over at Let's Talk Religion as well, and tell Philip hello from Esoterica. If you're visiting from Let's Talk Religion, I want to welcome you. Make sure to subscribe and check out my other content and topics on esotericism, magic, Kabbalah, alchemy, the occult, hermetic philosophy, and more, all from a scholarly perspective. But now, let's turn to an analysis of how Abulafia created the prophetic Kabbalah by combining both the mystical and the philosophical. I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. Let's first get this out of the way. Abulafia's Kabbalah system is extremely complicated, and it's basically impossible to summarize. Indeed, it underwent several revisions during his lifetime as he experimented and thus improved the techniques by which he arrived at prophetic ecstasy. In short, what survives is a progressive meditation system by which one's mind and soul are progressively purified and elevated until eventually arriving at union with the divine. Although in a very particular sense, a lot more on that in a bit. The meditative system begins with physical purification and strict religious observation, especially the wearing of tefillin or the black boxes containing the scriptures during morning prayers. This is followed by strict concentration upon Hebrew letters by writing them out in various permutations. This letter meditation is deeply influenced by the Book of Formation, or the Sefer Yetzirah, a text describing the creation of the locality itself through what the text calls the 10 Sefirot Eliyahu and the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. If you want to learn more about the Sefer Yetzirah, check out my episode in the card above. Following the meditation of writing, one moves to a higher level of abstraction by chanting the Hebrew letter. This is perhaps done with music, which likely indicates Sufi's influence. This is accompanied with breathing techniques and very specific head movements, which somewhat spell out the Hebrew letters. From here, one moves into the realm of the pure spiritual mind, projecting letter forms onto the astral particles itself via the imagination, but eventually passing beyond the imagination to pure spiritual intellection, and eventually to communing with the divine in the form of the active intellect. In fact, this concept of the active intellect that I want to focus on most in this episode, so much more about this highest ecstatic moment in events. As one passes through this highest stage, we're told of four quasi-supernatural effects that begin to unfold. Life begins to emit from the body. The body itself becomes diaphanous, as it is made with life itself rather than having a physical form. Third, the eyes of the imagination gives way to pure intellectual vision. And finally, one gets gripped with ecstatic, overwhelming fear and joy. After this final breakthrough, one is given a glimpse of one's astral body, astral bubble, often called the selling or image of oneself, which often results in the ability to prophesy as if one were at all times at once. In the final ascent, one's spiritual intellection becomes the self-same, if only for a moment, with the divine of the aid of the active intellect. In this highest unitive moment, the visions and experiences fuse messianic power, eschatological visions, and the erotic death of the divine exists, which culminates in the annihilation and rebirth of the mystic, as they impregnated by the divine influence. I suspect that at this point you're beginning to see why Abu Rabia then and now is such a controversial figure in the history of Kabbalah. He is simultaneously subjected to humiliation, of excommunication, anakare, and yet called among the masters of secrets, his name being breathed in Israel. Abu Rabia's ecstatic or prophetic Kabbalah was at the center of a debate in the history of Jewish mysticism. That is, does Kabbalah or Jewish mysticism more generally include the concept of union with the divine? Famously, Gershom Scholem argued that it absolutely did not, while Moshe Yedel has in fact shown that this concept does, in fact, appear in the mystical writings of Abu Rabia. While I think Yedel is correct here, I want to contextualize Abu Rabia's concept of divine union because it is, as you might imagine, peculiar and philosophically quite specific. To get at this, we need to unpack two interrelated concepts. The first is the concept of the active or agent intellect as it appears in Aristotle, and the reception of this idea from his De Anima, and the second is how the active intellect is crucial to understanding Maimonides' conception of promises. Let's start with Aristotle, and I promise I'm going to do my very best here not to get into the weeds too much. For Aristotle, a being cannot spontaneously transform from a state of potentiality to one of actuality without an outside cause. Well, the only exception to this rule is famously God, who is pure eternal activity in the form of all being without doing himself. Our mind, insofar as it starts in a potential state, requires an outside agent to activate it, so to speak. This active or agent intellect is described in the Anima, chapter 3 and 5. Probably the most obscure passage in all of Aristotle's writing, as being, quote, separate and unaffected and unmixed, but also, quote, deathless and everlasting, and is the ground of our conscious intellection, but we have no memory of it. Upon our death, it appears that our passive mind also dies, but perhaps what was our active mind, active intellect, persists eternally. Now, this section of Aristotle is notoriously vague, and no one has any real idea what he meant. But as early as Alexander of like God, or some world soul, or some kind of hypothesis of God, or maybe an angel of some kind. Well, we ain't gonna settle that because we ain't settleable. But the idea that the active intellect was devised in some fashion that was current to the great Jewish philosopher Maimonides via Islamic philosophy, and that is where we have to turn to now. The philosopher Maimonides is so famous that there is a saying in the Jewish world from Moses, the son of Amram, to Moses, the son of Maimon, there arose in Israel none like Moses. Yes, it's likened to none less than Moses, like the Ten Commandments, or in English, Moses. Maimonides is famous for his letters, his legal code, the Mishnah Torah, and his philosophical text, The Guide to the Complex, all of which all enormous controversy in the Jewish world in the generations following their congregation. And it's also worth noting that The Guide to the Complex was written in such a way that Maimonides seems to have actually hidden his true opinions in the text. So it has a whole esoteric virtue despite being thought of as deeply naturalistic and a fundamentally rationalist text. At any rate, the guide is basically an attempt to help people avoid heresy. That's nice. By carefully defining the terms used in the Hebrew Bible so that people don't think that God, literally has a body. In fact, I think he's prompted to write the guide to the complex because of a form of Jewish mysticism that precisely focused on the divine body. You can learn more about that very strange form of Jewish mysticism up in the card above. As I mentioned, the guide complex is famously, infamously naturalistic and rationalistic with traditional forms of Jewish mysticism. Basically being reduced to Aristotelian physics and metaphysics, angels, accounts, metaphors, and even positive accounts of the divine nature on the basis of allegories. However, Maimonides' program runs into a problem when it comes to prophecy because, rabbinical prophecy revealed religions like Judaism kind of don't work. So what does Maimonides do? He turns to our good friend Aristotle and to the aging intellect. For Maimonides, if a person is especially rational, then the active intellect makes that person into a kind of metaphysician or speculative Kabbalah. And if they are especially imaginative, they become a lawgiver. But if they are both rational and imaginative, that person becomes a prophet through the influence of the divine aging intellect. It's also worth noting that a similar position was also developed by Al-Farabi, which got him into trouble as well in the Silicon Valley, kafir or non-believers or stuff like this. At any rate, for Maimonides, prophecy is actually the dual result of a person cultivating both their rational and imaginative faculties, such that they can receive the divine influx of the active intellect. Of course, the active intellect is what makes everybody able to think. Like a prophetic person is, as you might imagine, incredibly addicted in a specific way. Now, I bet you're already asking the right question. How exactly does one cultivate one's rational and imaginative faculties to become a prophet? And I bet you're now seeing Al-Farabi's genius shining like his jewels. He sought to use the mystical Kabbalah used with Maimonides' philosophical rationalism to create a system by which it becomes nothing short than a messianic prophet. It's all breathtaking and ambitious scope and the synthesis of what should be completely possible. The rationalism of Maimonides and the mysticism of Kabbalah. So we are wholly unsurprised to find that Al-Farabi was a public teacher of the Guide to the Complex and wrote no less than 3 separate commentaries on it. In fact, the third commentary, called the Sidrei Torah, or the Series of the Torah, Al-Farabi comprise 36 different Kabbalistic secrets and minds hidden in the guide to the complex, thus transforming this large rational text into one of the deepest Kabbalistic secrets. To accomplish this, he applies 7 different Kabbalistic tools to transform the plain meaning of the guide to the complex into a text brimming with secrets. For instance, Apollonius shows that the 7 and the root are not only a Maimonidean form and intellect, which she transforms in Genesis 1:26 from let us make man in our form according to our likeness, something like let us provide a human being with intellect that they may reason according to us, but also includes in them both active and passive intellects. How? Gematria, whereby numerical equality of Hebrew letters corresponds to conceptual identity. Thus, active intellect and imagination, or the passive intellect, are known, and form and likeness, Hebrew, 616, Hebrew, and added up on the screen line. This is nothing less than a Kabbalistic integration of the guide into Apollonius' mystic regime for the production of the very prophets described in the guide itself. As I mentioned a moment ago, this is just one of the 36 such secrets that Apollonius finds hidden in the guide to the complex. So, does Apollonius' prophetic Kabbalah involve dealing with the divine? Yes, but divine specifically in the form of active intellect. Is this the totality of the divine or exhaustion of the divine? Here I'm pretty skeptical given Maimonides' dedication to a pretty strong negative theology and other factors related to the Kabbalah. While our intellect may have a prophetic meaning with the divine intellect in the form of the active and agent intellect seems clear for Apollonius' system, but this is still a far cry from meaning with the divine in a total or absolute sense. But maybe all that's possible either in this life or in this realm of existence. I'll leave that to mystics. Regardless, what we have in Apollonius' system is just stunning. He manages to bridge the gulf between the rational and the mystical, the philosophical and the religious by uniting philosophical rationalism of Maimonides with the meditative techniques of what he calls Kabbalah of names into a system for uniting our intellect with the divine active intellect, thus giving all of us the chance to become prophets. It's a startling democratization of mysticism, and it's no wonder that these techniques for attaining prophetic ecstasy were basically not printed, and they were surely not widely published, and they were certainly widely condemned by religious elites, and to this day remain difficult to find, in some ways even in Hebrew, much less in translation. Apollonius' collection remains as elusive as it is ingenious. If you're interested in Kabbalah, prophetic philosophy, wonderful state of magic, make sure to subscribe here to Esoterica. Also, if you want to support my work in producing scholarly, accessible, and free content on topics of esotericism, consider supporting my work on Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. Your support of Esoterica makes this channel possible. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, Apollonius' complete works remain a bit of a mess. Printed editions have proven pretty unreliable over the centuries. I can just leave out sections about the techniques for some of this stuff, and Moshe Dell's solid scholarship has to rely on manuscripts themselves for reliable reading. Obviously, this is a serious barrier for even scholars, much less for everyday people who would like to access Apollonius' work. As you might imagine, translations of many of Apollonius' works in English simply just don't exist. The edition is the 13-volume Rose edition, though the volumes by Iron Barzani and Sons are a bit more reliable, but they don't say a couple of words. I really hope that Abalabia's text will tolerate the same kind of treatment as the recent Trickster so far, but that is on the horizon so long as of course, the most accessible introduction to Abalabia's mysticism is Moshe Giddel's mystical experience, not his mystical experience personally, but mystical experience. So basically, anything published by Moshe Giddel is fantastic. The text mystical experience is wonderfully anchored in Abalabia's writing, and the text is a tour de force. It's an absolute must for anyone wishing to dive into Avalabia, and of course also Giddel studies ethics and Kabbalah would be adjunct to this as well, who want to learn about whether or not the Kabbalah is Avalabia. I should also mention that the standard English edition of the guide to Brooklyn is 5 times, but also worth checking out is Kellner's volume on the relationship of Maimonides' thinking with Jewish mysticism, which argues that the guide is actually a response to the American Raj Shibor mysticism, which I have to say I find generally convincing. Of course, for the esoteric dimension of Maimonides' writing, the classic source there is Leo Strauss's recipes and quality of writing. But let me tell you, that is a serious rabbit hole. I'm lean to lead. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. Astrology and monotheism have had let's call it, complicated relationship through the ages. At times, an open conflict, and in others, able to achieve some improvement in time. Of the complicated reasons for this, one likely stands out. If fate and destiny are governed by forces other than God, what does this do exactly to the concept of God's sovereignty? Indeed, it can almost seem to make God's sovereignty redundant. Thus, concepts like luck, fate, and destiny, they sit uneasily next to more orthodox theology. For instance, the Anglo-Saxon concept of fate or weird, the wanderer states, weird fate is inescapable, resolute, steadfast. It even becomes our modern word for something uncanny or strange. Well, weird, weird becomes weird. In this episode of Esoterica, we, yes, we, not some strange royal academic we, we're going to discuss the role of astrology in urban Islam that we ask. Well, this episode is special because I'm joined by Esme Elton Partridge, who will be covering astrology in Islam, especially the role of Al-Kandi. You may remember Esme from my episode on the stellar rays, where I praised her commentary on just that text. Esme is an outstanding junior scholar, and I'm thrilled to have her here on Esoterica. You can learn more about Esme and connect with her in the description below. So I'll be handling astrology and early Judaism roughly through the Talmud period, and Esme is going to pick up with astrology in the Islamic world. Of course, this won't be an exhaustive history, but it will hopefully prove to be a solid introduction to the discussions surrounding astrology in early Judaism and roughly from the 8th to the 14th centuries in the Islamic world. If you're interested in magic, hermetic philosophy, or mysticism, make sure to subscribe here to Esoterica. Also, want to support my work and accessible, scholarly, videos on topics of esotericism, please consider supporting me on Patreon or with a one-time donation. Your support makes esotericism possible, and I really deeply appreciate it. Thank you. So, I'm Dr. Justin Sled, and welcome to Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion. To better understand the uneasy relationship between Judaism and astrology, the phrase for paganism or idolatry in rabbinical Hebrew is avodat kohanim, or star worship. It may be helpful to get some insight into how the ancient Israelites understood the heavens and the inhabitants therein. In this worldview, it appears that there was a kind of dome called the rakia which surrounded the earth. Within that dome seemed a multitude of quasi-divine creatures that we now call angels, but earthborn were members of the celestial court, along with angel-like gods and consorts. Yeah, that was a messy divorce. These creatures were identified with the stars, so this is the first point. The Israelites understood the stars as living creatures which could act or be worshipped in rooms and homes. Indeed, they could even be condemned to the netherworld, or Sheol. Eventually, the stars came to be understood as a kind of heavenly army, which the Israelite God made their commander-in-chief. Indeed, the title Adonai Tzavaot indicates this rank of divine generalissimo. We even meet one of the leaders of this army as the quote Sar Tzava Adonai, or captain or prince of the army of Adonai, in the book of Joshua during the siege of Jericho. Of course, being an army, they do their share of fighting. In a Psalm of Deborah, among the earliest texts of the Hebrew Bible, this celestial army is actually engaged in hostilities against the commander of the Canaanite army. And of course, we find parallel notions in other ancient Near Eastern cultures as well. The notion of the stars as divine beings is of course found in many texts, including the Epic of Gilgamesh. We only learn a bit about specific celestial bodies in the Bible. The major stars and constellations probably include the Pleiades, or Iron, Aish, which may have been Ursula Major, perhaps the Hyades, the Mazarot, which could have been the Pleiades or the Hyades, and Cassiel, which is very likely Orion, although the word also appears in Isaiah in plural for some reason, we're not quite sure why. Also, one like the Temple Run, the one that was done in less than 12 parsecs, might be related to this Hebrew term for Orion. I mean, there's Endor in the Bible, and that's also a place where the men are found. Oh yeah, I should also mention, if you're interested in active Israelite society, you want to check out the card below so you know the whole episode about that topic. Also, remember the word Mazarot. This may be a generic word for constellations in the Hebrew Bible, but it's primarily mentioned in the book of Job. That word is going to matter a lot more in just a bit. Just to be clear, these identifications are not quite well answered, but there's something worth noticing about all of these stars or these dome clusters. They're all typically associated with winter, and they occur in a relatively small area of the night sky. Typically, they're also mentioned in the context of rain as well, which makes sense given that the winter is the rainy season in Canaan or Israel. Indeed, that these stars are so important in the Bible, they're the primary ones that you mentioned, and given the fact that all to do with rain, may have something to do with fertility magic or weather magic more generally. Like in many ancient languages, there's no separate Hebrew word for planet, and simply stars or being. In the ancient Greek world, there are also the stars that wander. It's our word for planet, from the Greek to wander, planesta. And of course, there are the fixed stars, so to speak, the ones that don't wander around. Other planets we learn of Saturn or the planet is long, Juno. Here in a Hebrew version of its Assyrian name, Mars. Venus is also known as the Bethlehem of the heavens. This is typically associated with the Canaanite god Astarte or Ishtar in the wider ancient world. Perhaps the most famous star in the Hebrew Bible is mentioned at Isaiah 14:12, a prophecy against the Babylonian crown from the desert, where that monarch is positioned in power. There the monarch is termed Hillel Shachar or Hillel, the son of dawn. This is a very complicated literary play between both the one that shines and the one that is cast down into the pit of the underworld. Of course, the reference here might be to the planet Venus, but when that word was translated to Latin as Lucifer or light bearer, this entire section becomes taken by Christians to describe the fall of Satan, while God's rebellion. So, despite being established very early on in both Egypt and Babylon, ancient Canaan, Israel more specifically, seem to have imported very little in the way of astrology by the time of the Babylonian exile in the 6th century BCE. Indeed, Israelite prophets typically mention stargazers on Google Shemayim only in connection to Babylon or Chaldea, and mention is mostly made to Maka. Indeed, the prophet Jeremiah warns to, quote, not be terrified of the signs of the heaven, Shemayim, as the other nations are. Of course, this is as much political as it is theological. Not that that distinction was really made in the ancient world. Now, despite this, astronomical knowledge would have had to have been imported in order to settle complicated issues in the Jewish calendar. In fact, these issues proved amazingly difficult, leading to various kinds of factions to adopt a variety of calendars, like the solar calendar described in the book of Enoch, and perhaps the one that was founded by the sect of Qumran and represented in the sea scrolls. Indeed, an early horoscope, well, specifically a kind of astrological physiognomy, found in the Dead Sea Scrolls themselves, 42-46. If you're interested in these interesting calendar issues, astronomy, astrology, secret codes, and even buried treasure in the Dead Sea Scrolls, make sure to check out my episode on that topic in the column below. With the rise of the apocalyptic mode of Judaism and its vast literature, there would prove to be little room for predictive astrology. Indeed, apocalyptic Judaism was deterministic, but only determined by the divine will. So we are pretty much unsurprised to see a systematic association of all divination, including astrology, with the various qualities of the watchers. Now, this is all a bit ironic considering that the astronomical and political sections of that very same book would have been impossible without sophisticated astrological knowledge of the world. This might, however, represent the early attempt on the part of Jews to separate between predictive astrology and merely descriptive astronomy, although that may be contentious. The Book of Jubilees also has admirably called forth from his astrological observation portion of one specific god, the these two things juxtaposition. As Jewish mythology develops, however, Abraham actually becomes thought to have basically invented astrology, with all the wise men of the world coming to consult with him. Similar ideas also occur in the Talmud, and as Bethany actually pointed out to me in a correspondence, they also occur in Quran Surah 6, or on this idea as we get later into the Bible. This only reinforces the similar prohibitions on various, though not all, forms of divination in the Bible, again, it's worth driving home that the Hebrew Bible condemns certain forms of divination, apparently divination by cloud, by snake, among others. Astrologers never really mentioned, much less condemned as one of forms of divination. Of course, other forms of divination, like divination by luring and bringing, are encouraged and allowed. During the same period as the rise of apocalypse Judaism, the symbol oracles also seems to been a Jewish rejection of astrology, and its Philo of Alexandria also seems to see Mason as nothing other than folly in this practice, as we see in his time on the Testament life. Though he does note that the 12 stones of the breastplate of the high priest represent the entire universe, so yeah, that's the zodiac figure. So it is clear that Josephus sees in the heavens portents of the destruction of the temple. So again, you have Philo, the symbol oracles, and Josephus all taking either different positions on how to interpret the sky, if we should at all. The New Testament's also surprisingly silent on the practice of astrology, though Jesus does mention in the Gospel of Luke that the apocalypse basically will be accompanied by, quote, signs in the sun and stars. And of course, no ancient reader of the Gospel of Matthew would have been surprised that Zoroastrian priests or magi followed a star to meet the Messiah. Here, the writer slightly polemicizing against the Jewish rejection of the messianic character of Jesus. While the Jewish establishment rejected him, two non-Jewish wise men they recognized the truth literally written in the heavens. Of course, the relationship of early Christianity and astrology is a whole episode on 10, so stay tuned for that. Of course, with the destruction of the Jerusalem temple, Judaism underwent a major innovation. Shifting away from sacrifice to prayer and learning, the major center of Jewish life was eventually shifted following the Book of Revelation from 132 to 135 to the Galilean and then to the Academy of Babylonia. During this period, oral traditions were first written down, perhaps out of rabbinical years following the genocide in Palestine. First came the Mishnah, around 200 of the Common Era, followed by the commentaries produced in both the Galilee and around 400, and then the most important Jewish text of all, the Old Testament Bible, the main commentary typically known as the Gemara, or the Babylonian Talmud, written sometime between 500 or 600 of the Common Era. Of course, by this time period, Hellenistic astrology had become dominant in the region. It was a highly developed system of economics, precision, and nuance. For the rabbis of the major academies of Sura and Talmud Giza, the question of astrology was not whether it worked or whether it was real or not. That was basically not in doubt. The question, however, was, one, whether it would be permissible to consult astrology at all. The prohibitions include one of A, Shohatim HaKaldaim, or not consulting the Chaldeans, and two, to what degree exactly astral influence affected the people of Israel. The first question, whether or not one can consult with non-Jewish philosophers, is in some senses easier to settle. Of course, you can't just consult with Jewish astrologers. Now, this question about whether the consultation of astrology at all is indicative of consulting with the Chaldeans is going to be a huge question in the entirety of the practice of astrology in the medieval European context. But that's going to happen in a future episode. At this point, at least, the legal opinion seems to have been that while astrology had its origins with non-Jews, the practice of astrology was not forbidden to Jews. In fact, it seems like all were heavily consulted with or knew something about astrology and Talmud. After all, astrology is very much akin to something like mathematics and medicine, as it intersects with both mathematics and medicine. And like other sciences, it was invented by non-Jews, but of course widely practiced by them. That the belief in astrology was widespread and relatively orthodox is perhaps best on display in the numerous astrological mosaics and other artwork that adorn or the synagogues of this period. In this period, astrologers are typically referred to in Hebrew as Chaldean or Chaldean. In Aramaic, terms for Chaldeans, while the more mysterious term is Talmud or Talmud for astrology is also common as well. The transliterated Greek terms astrologos and astrologia are also common, especially in texts produced in Palestine. While most of the Talmudic rabbis believe that astral bodies have a direct impact on earthly affairs, they were also skeptical that such complex and mysterious astral bodies and their relations were or even could be interpreted correctly. Clearly, they held that being born on certain days of the week led to certain personality characteristics and even the ruling power of power that swayed the tides of human fortune much like local states. Though it's not all animals are connected to a certain star or mazal. Another opinion states that even single blades of grass have a ruling star or mazal that grow. Now, you may remember this word from earlier in the book of Job, and indeed, mazalot becomes one of the words for constellation in Hebrew. Of course, you probably heard people shout mazalot during celebrations in the Jewish world, such as at weddings. Mazal literally something like star or like astral influence, and the phrase likely has the sense of maybe under the influence of a good astral power, or under the influence of a good star, or more simply just good luck. I've always appreciated the fact that when something wonderful happens in Judaism, we still say, yeah, good luck with that. It's not like the Jewish people do anything that makes them anxious about the future. This ultimately is the central debate around astrology in its period of the relationship of Judaism to that practice. If Israel had a special covenantal relationship with God, then how could astral influence intervene upon that bond? The typical attitude aim my law like it's or no, or there's no astral influence upon Israel. So just what this means has been variously interpreted as there's just no astral influence at all, to only on Israel's collective base, or that there is no Mazal of Israel, but other nations are governed by Mazal, so astrological prediction still holds. Even that Mazal doesn't bear on the individual members of the Jewish people. Of course, other prominent rabbis held that the stars, well, basically determine things like wealth, profession, the amount of children one would have, various kinds of psychological, and various kinds of other conditions were basically created by the Mazalot. However, this does seem to be a pretty significant agreement on the idea that righteous deeds can undo even the power of the star. Again, Cain Mazal is well clear to mean something like keep faith and perform the Torah, the power of the Mazalot is somehow annulled. Clearly, by the experience of the Talmud, astrology was a well-established form of theology and practice, though not without some degree of legal, practical, and theological controversy. The redaction of the Talmud in Babylon in the 6th or 7th centuries is almost directly in the time period of the conquest of that region by the armies of Islam in the 630s and the 640s of the Common Era. Just as Jewish astrology was basically an importation into Judaism, so too the Jewish attitudes about astrology being deeply affected by developments in Islamic philosophy in the centuries that followed. Of course, Jewish developments in astrology would continue as the region's broad political formation imposed roughly in this time period, to the philosophical and legal debates of the European Middle Ages, to the astrological methods of the Legacy for RDL, though those are all topics for future episodes. While it is clear that Hellenistic astrology is permeated within Judaism, there can be no doubt that other ancient Egyptian, Indian, and Mesopotamian astrology all play a role as well. Of course, all
Persian culture which was encountered during the conquest. Pre-Islamic Persia had an elaborate astrological system which was itself a confluence of Hellenic and Vedic ideas, which were imported from India into Persia under the reign of Shahrukh I in the 3rd century. Here they were translated into Pahlavi, Middle Persian, and from there on played a significant part in Persian society, at least at an initiative level. It was this Persian synthesis of Greek and Vedic astrology that the early Muslims first encountered when they established settlements across the Middle East. Fascinatingly, the city of Baghdad in Iraq was actually founded on a date and time determined by a Persian Jewish astrologer. Of course, Baghdad was the center of much of early Muslim scholasticism, so even before we get into how they dialectically engaged with the art of astrology, we know that it quite literally laid the foundations for a lot of their intellectual work. A major concern among these early Muslim thinkers was how and to what extent could astrology be incorporated within the Islamic worldview. This involved not only a reconciliation of Ptolemy and technical astrology with Quranic cosmology, but also an assessment of the theological possibility of practicing the sun and the stars, known as ilm al-nujum. This is a term which initially applied to both astronomy and astrology. It was not until slightly later that debates dealing with the nuances between the two really took place. So, in the 9th century, the focus was more on how could the science of the stars, broadly conceived, be metaphysically compatible with Islamic monotheism. Al-Kindi was one of the first Islamic philosophers to work in the House of Wisdom in Baghdad. He wrote around 270 treatises, with quite a few of these addressing cosmological and astronomical topics. His systematization of astrology is rooted in Aristotle, although he and Plato has Aristotelian cosmology. And this is a really interesting worldview which you find in Al-Farabi, Suhrawardi, among a myriad of other Islamic thinkers, and essentially comes from misreadings of Plato and Aristotle during the translation movement. So, in essence, what Al-Kindi obtained from these translations was a Neoplatonized Aristotelian cosmology, which might sound quite contradictory, but it actually makes perfect sense when astrology and other arts are applied to it. So, Al-Kindi based his theory of astrology particularly in Aristotelian concepts of causality, but he was also heavily inspired by notions found in the Quran itself. Of particular significance here is Surah Al-Rahman, which is a verse praising the creation of God and how perfectly balanced and ordered the universe is. There is a line in this verse which Al-Kindi draws on in his treatises on astrology. This verse is وَالنَّجَامُ وَالشَّجَرُ يَسْجُدَانِ, which means, and the stars and trees prostrate. The concept of the stars prostrating is often understood simply to mean that they bow down to God, submitting to the order of his creation. This interpretation would be justified by the fact that the Arabic verb yasjudan can denote both physically bowing down, but also obeying in a conceptual sense. Al-Kindi raises this slight ambiguity here and points out that the cosmological implications of this can actually go much deeper. In his treatise on the proximate agent of generation and corruption, he invokes Aristotle's four causes to explain the meaning of the celestial bodies bowing down to God. He discusses Aristotle's concept of the agent cause, which is essentially the agent in any given operation, which is subservient to the final cause and allows it to come about and to be actualized. Essentially, the agent cause is what bows down and submits to the objective of the final cause. Al-Kindi explains how an agent cause can be either remote or proximate. A remote agent cause is an agent which doesn't come into direct contact with its objects, while a proximate agent is one which does, which essentially operates as a medium between the two. Now, this all sounds quite abstract, and if you're not familiar with Aristotle, it might not really make very much sense. But frankly, Al-Kindi uses a really interesting analogy to explain how this works and what the dynamic of the proximate agent cause is. So he says that in the case of a shooter who is trying to strike a target with a bow and arrow, the shooter is a remote agent, because the shooter never comes into direct contact with the object that it's trying to shoot. This is why he employs a bow and arrow, but this bow and arrow is essentially the proximate agent cause, because it allows the shooter to come into contact with the object through this medium. So it essentially allows the shooter to meet this objective of shooting the object, but through a medium which comes into contact with that object, while the remote cause cannot, or the remote proximate agent rather. Al-Kindi he goes on to apply this to the celestial bodies. Now, for Al-Kindi, God is absolutely one, which is what we find in the Islamic doctrine of Tawhid. Now, for Al-Kindi, as he explains in his treatise on first philosophy, if God one, then God must have no generation or corruption. This means that God cannot come into direct contact with that which is generated and corrupted in the physical world. This basically creates a sort of quasi-deist theology in which God can't actually come into contact with his creations. So, he needs to employ a proximate agent in order to do that, making him a remote cause. The celestial bodies take the form of this proximate agent cause because the celestial bodies can in fact have contact with the material world. So the celestial bodies take on this role of the proximate agent, whereby they act as a kind of metaphysical middleman. This allows God's final causes to be acted out in the world, but through this proximate medium. The reason that the celestial bodies make for an ideal proximate medium is that they immune the way that the four elements affect Earth. So essentially what Al-Kindi argues is that the motions of the planets are responsible for the changes in vibrations and heat and light and all of these other forces which affect how material elements change and what forms they take on. In other words, the stars and the planets mediate the unity of God, Tawhid, with the multiplicity of creation, acting as a proximate agent that allows the divinity and transcendent unity of God, which is inherently atemporal and eternal, to come into contact through approximations with that which is contingent and material. So, although of course the stars and planets are themselves material, they are a sort of more metaphysically perfect quality because they're closer to the eternity of God. So we can really see the Aristotelian influence here. We think about how Aristotle made the comment that the stars and the planets move out of the spiritual design to imitate the prime mover. They do this by moving in eternal.
What up, dude? How you living, pal? Yo, can you hear me? Just a moment. Yo, Pin, can you hear me?
I'm here.
How are you, big dog?
Cool.
Did you perform?
Yeah.
How did it go?
Good.
Scale of 0 to 10 it.
9.
You rocked it?
Yeah.
Did you tell my joke about Carmen Sandiego and Where's Waldo?
I forgot.
That's okay. I want you to do it someday, though. Did you know that Riser was here yesterday?
Yeah. Hey, Robot.
What up, Pam?
Have you heard of Power Talk?
Power Talk?
Power Talk.
Pal Talk?
Yeah.
Potentially. What is it?
It's an app. It's like, you remember how I told you about Tiny Chat?
Tiny Chat?
The same parent company called Power Chat Talk that own Tiny Chat and Tiny Chat is gone. It's a mobile app. It's kind of like a Megle, but you can open up with more people.
Oh,
And it's on your phone.
That's tight. Have you been doing it?
Yeah, and it's like a Megle meets. Yeah, it's like, yeah. You can join rooms.
Will you please send Riser a message right now and ask him for a picture of his mural?
Or a picture of what?
His mural, M-U-R-A-L.
Hey, Rabbi, you want to watch a documentary?
Right now I'm already watching one, but what on what do you want to watch a documentary?
I don't know if I want to watch this, but I've seen like shorts on Instagram. It's called Dolphin Lover.
Is it about having sex with dolphins?
Yeah.
Okay, why would you want to watch that?
Yeah, that's a good question.
I mean, it is kind of fascinating. I'm not gonna lie. I'll let you watch it,
I don't know.
and if you think it's good,
I
then
don't know.
are you gonna stream it? Are you gonna stream it?
No. You think?
Well, then no, I
Do you
don't.
think like you know how people write erotic stories and they can be considered like? Do you think it crosses the line of like animal pornography if you watch it?
What are you saying?
Like I don't know. Do you think it's like kind of like animal porn if you watch something like that? Someone describing it.
What are you saying, big dog?
Oh, like people could conceive it as like animal, even though I'm watching it to laugh at it, not to gratify myself.
Okay. I mean, I don't really get what you're saying.
Um, the clips I watched that popped up on my Instagram were kind of disturbing.
Okay.
It made it seem like the relationship was a normal, consenting relationship with an animal,
Yeah, but animals can't.
which is not possible.
Yeah, exactly.
And this guy's also keeping. He's also admitted to having relations with the dog as well. So I don't think this guy's all there.
All right. Well, I mean, that's bestiality. Here's my question for you.
But
Are you ready to lose?
yeah, ready to win.
Dog, you're gonna lose, and I'm gonna get great joy out of beating you.
I learned how smart dolphins are.
They're very intelligent.
Oh, what?
What up, baby?
Just what? I was playing Dice Party.
You were playing Dice
And
Party.
guess what? Guess what my opponent's score was?
69.
No. 507.
How did you get so much? How did they get so much?
They roll 5 times 3 times, and you get 5 times 3 times, and gives you 250.
Oh, no way you can do it?
Yeah.
Dude, that's incredible.
Is this the toughest fight for him? No.
Dude, I'm gonna beat you, and I'm really not gonna take any. I'm not gonna go easy on you.
Is this the toughest fight for him? No. Is this the toughest fight for him? No.
Dude, I'm gonna beat you, and then I'm gonna celebrate my victory by beating you in Carom. Dude, do you see how good this shot is? Dude, that was a garbage shot. Dude, look at this shot. Are you seeing this? Are you seeing how good it is? Dog. Dude, you're in trouble. Because look how good that shot was. Now you need one of the greatest shots of your career. Are you proud of your shot? Dude, did you see how good my shot was?
I give it an 8.5.
You know it's better than that. What do you rank your shot?
9.5.
How do you rank your shot better than my shot when my shot's obviously better?
Narcissism.
Okay, that's a completely legitimate, understandable answer. And I loved it. I absolutely loved it. Dude, did you know my ball's in the hole?
So, Rabbi,
What up, pimp?
I told that girl that we don't have because we don't have 70mm IMAX theaters here. That your best option is to see the Odyssey in 40x, and she listened to me.
All right. Do you think this girl's on? Do you think this girl? But so she went to go see the movie without you? Oh no.
She's going tomorrow. She's full time.
So she's going to see a movie without you?
Yeah.
All right. This girl is not interested in you. But that's okay. Dude, that was a terrible shot. Zoot! Dude, are you proud of your shot? Dude, what are your thoughts on my shot?
Hey, Rabbi,
What up, pimp?
who do you think will play Iron Man in the remake?
I might.
How realistically, who do you think will play Iron Man?
I mean, I might. It depends if I want to. John Tesh.
Why can't I show it? Sorry?
John Tesh. Are you proud of your shot? Dude, are you seeing this performance? Dude, you're not paying attention, son.
Is this the toughest life form?
Paying attention.
You aren't paying any attention. You've never paid attention in your entire life, dog.
That is done. It will be on a truck heading to Texas next Wednesday. I cannot wait to add that to the collection. That's a special one. And then on Friday, I drove up to Orange County, 2.5 hours there, 3.5 hours back. Yeah, LA traffic. Your boy I did a bunch of content for Fight Camp. Those are my guys. They'll be out there this week, in fact. And then I went to Full Violence. This is the Big Rob Fight Club, Big Rob Breakdown T. It comes out in August, right? Mid-August, I would assume. But my merch, it's actually live. It's bigbrownlive.com. We can add that link to the chat. That would be great. So it's bigbrownlive.com. I got a group of Austin elementary teachers slinging these things. They're good. They do their thing. They've done a bunch of merch. Yeah.
Dude,
So,
you have an invitation.
the shirt you saw me wear for the cover, the Big Brown Live merch is on there. BigBrownLive.com.
Dude.
Head on over to there. If you're waiting for the Full Violence collab, this one, the box cut. That's
Dude.
coming up, I assume, like mid-August. The collab then drops them in mid-August. So,
Dude, are you there?
yeah, man. It's all good. Got it from my boy Rampage out there. Me and Rampage did some work together, linked up, had a long chat about all sorts of stuff, drama with Jackson, stuff like that. So, history to tell, not mine, you know me. That's not what I do. But it's great to be out there. It's even better to be back chatting with you guys. I missed you guys, man. I missed everybody. But we're back. It's weird not having, even though I was working, it's weird not doing this. It's not weird because I do it so much. Big fight weekend. When I say big fight weekend, it just means there's a lot going on, right? You know, Tyson Fury fighting on Friday, which wasn't televised because of his obligations with Netflix, his contract obligations. You know, the Anthony Joshua fight. Got dropped twice. We did all that. Neither guy was great. You're gonna get the fight next. Better late than never.
Why did you share it?
Dude, you took too long.
Get the fight right 4 or 5 years later in the show.
Why did we share it?
You took too long. I asked you, are you there? You didn't respond.
And then you had UFC in Abu Dhabi, and Clive fought.
How was that?
No, you didn't. I asked you like 10 times, like, are you there? And you just were silent.
And Clive fought.
You have to be more vocal. I move on to other things, dog.
Okay. I'll do that.
All right, big dog. Good job at stand-up, my man.
It's just the vibes when the fights are out there suck. The fan base sucks. The crowd sucks.
Oh yeah, that's one. It's one about his boyfriend now. And the show.
Which girl?
The blonde one.
Okay, well, fuck her and fuck her boyfriend. They suck. Was Chelsea there?
Yep.
She sucks too. She sucks as well.
She's done.
Yeah.
Yeah, she didn't even watch my set. She didn't even know I was there.
Why is this girl such a bitch? This girl sucks.
maybe.
It can be by decision or late round TKO. He's not a big submission guy. He's a tough one.
I don't know who else is there, big dog.
He's the boogeyman of the division.
Dawson was there.
Did he suck?
He's just the guy you don't really want to fight because he's good, but nobody cares. And if you don't come out the gates and press him and he gets to set the pace of this slow wall stands, it's just it's painful for the fans, straight up. And when Peter, I think was it Tim Thomas who kind of started this whole thing training for Homegirl, the PFL, versus the guy, that's harsh. Like, it actually makes a lot of sense. He would fit in the PFL, really good fighter, nobody cares about. The 2-5's a shit show. We'll get to that. We're starting to get, we're starting good. What you're getting now with this Abu Dhabi card, you have fight night this Saturday. Where's that? Poland or some shit too? Where's the fight night at? And you have A-Rep on there. You see that card? D-Rod's on there. A-Rep, not the baseball player. You have D-Rod on there. Terrible matchup. They said, oh, you just got out of prison? Very cool, man. You're in Mexico. Man, that was so tough. Were the cartel guys and you had a cartel leader mentor you? You seem like you're ready to go. Here's a terrible matchup in front of you. I don't get it. The fans are all up on D-Rod. We're rooting for the guy. Yeah, they're going through that shit. And then, like, you're not fighting on a number card. You're not fighting a fight night here in America. Go home for an awful matchup. He's probably a 40 dog. I didn't get it. What's up? Yeah, that is a savage, dude. Awful fight. Awful. You got Jan coming up. Jan's been on a hot second. With molasses, Neville Sterling. Navajo's a talented dude. We need to move in the division. We need some pressure. Navajo is tough, very skilled. He needs to hang the pads. The 205 longevity of that division. Go back to the card, Jim. Undefeated Navajo Sterling. He's favorite in that bracket. I'm not mad at the card at all. I'm not mad at this card. It's way better than last week's card. The issue that you're going to have was UFC White House, UFC 329 stacked, right? Everyone's blazing the UFC. One of the downsides is this. They just don't have the roster to fulfill all these fight nights, international cards, number cards, and just stack them like White House and UFC 329. You just can't do that. It's impossible. And to fulfill their contractual obligations to Paramount, they have to put on all these fights. So we get these. I'm not going to sit here and complain about it. We figured this was going to happen. They do have some big main events on the number card. Some of the fight nights are pretty solid. But this should be expected, guys. Like, give me the people in my lane that you watch on YouTube complain about UFC, like, yo, I remember back in the day. Yeah, man, just not back in the day. Things are different. White Ring Championship. Things are different. It's just they have to put on 47 fights a year. Things are different. They're doing that. White Ring Championship. It's just this is what it is. This is the UFC. Some cards can be great. Others can be watered down with decent matchups. Make him fly into the diamond in the rough. That's what it is. I watch it all good. It's hard to complain. They gave us a White House, that historic event. I think the greatest sport event in history. And UFC 329 was awesome. The Iconics might be that off. Right? Who cares? Everyone stole the show. Card was great. So this is a byproduct of that. I get it. So that's what you do. It's literally impossible to do UFC 329 every single day. They don't have the roster. You just can't. So that's what it is. It is what it
pretty sure this is the first female title fight of 2026. It is what it is. Yeah, it's just, this is one of the territory, guys. It's, you know, if you were complaining about it, I don't know what you expect. Mr. ChatGPT. Yes, based on the UFC schedule 2026, Mackenzie Turner dealing with Robertson for the UFC Women's Strawweight Championship at UFC 330 on August 15th. This is the first women's title fight on this card this calendar year. And I think you were right. Way to go. That's cool. You encouragement. I didn't say that'd be awesome if they did. I could use it. Yeah. So 230 is what it is. Here in Machado Gary doing some PR for trying to get to Islam. He's not hitting up like the usual suspects, the outlets he's hitting up. I don't know who's setting this up. I assume Eddie Hearn isn't controlling this because Eddie Hearn's a smart dude, especially in terms of PR. I mean, if it is, before I go in on you, I'll make this very clear. I'm a fan of Ian Machado Gary when he fights. When he punches me, I'm not calling Machado. It's just Ian Gary. How about that? How about that? How do I do that? Ian Gary, when he fights, is one of the most talented dudes in the UFC. I've been blazing him for how many years, Jim? Ian Gary is so talented inside that octagon. Nightmare matchup for guys, not a finisher. Stylistically, a nightmare for everyone, including Islam Makhachev. This is a fact. It's like an easy fight. That being said, outside of the octagon, he might have the worst interviews I've ever seen. His PR is so bad. He's the only guy I'd ever go, let's not do any promo for this fight. You're turning everybody off. It's so bad. It's so bad. See what you want about Hogan? At least we know it's an act. It's not really him. It's a WWE thing. It's just a relationship. At least we know it's an act. With you and John Kerry, this is, I don't know who the fuck he's listening to. His Wi-Fi is so controls that. Buddy, you gotta tighten up. This is coming from a fan. You gotta tighten your shit up now. You are not doing well in this PR game. Compared to the UFC. And as far as PR goes, bro, could there be a worse interviewer? God damn, he's bad. These cock outlets he's going on. Hey, man, do you know the UFC fan base? And some of them, like, yeah, he's strong. He's like, the world would be so much better if ran by women. It's like, hey, man, you know, I'm sure you and your wife talk about things at night. That doesn't mean you should use it to promote a cage fight against the pound for pound number one guy in the world. He should only be allowed to talk about fighting. You know how people tell LeBron James shut up and dribble. I never figured, I mean, come on, man. There are people too. You gotta let them express themselves. Until I heard Ian Gary do an interview with, oh, shut up and fight. Oh, shut up and fight. Because you're turning everybody on. And nobody's buying this. Nobody's buying this shit. Nobody. His take on we should let the women rule the world and be a better place. Oh, America should have Kamala Harris. Have you met her? Now that's, do you know anything about her? Do you know shit? Do you know anything about Hillary Clinton? That's American politics. I get it. You gotta get into a bubble. You got it before you fucking talk. You have to. A guy that says that is also the type of guy that calls his girl his gardening, cooking. Now I'm like, because I love myself like this. I just got my food in, which is all I think about. I'm not going to share that with the fellas. Because you know why? My friends who are real dudes will tell me to shut the F up. Because they don't care about my garden, right? My buddies don't want to hear if I decide to cook on Thursday night. What the man? They don't care. If you have friends who are listening to you talk about what you made for dinner and how you tended your garden, buddy, you do that. And it's all good. Buddy, we gotta get you away from it. You're the dude in high school where we were all boys standing at each other's house, riding our bikes, playing ball, roughhousing, going to the pool in the summer, and the first one's getting a girlfriend, and you stop talking to the boys. Your entire world is your girl, and she's running the show. We're all evil. She's your end all be all. Things in life forever, and it's not. I've never seen someone worse at PR than being you, buddy. And I is buddy. I'm telling you, I like you inside the MCI. You're very talented. I think you'd be champ, buddy. If in the next interview you call your girl your partner, look, buddy, I'm gonna leave this ship. I'm jumping off the engagement. That's the one thing that's gonna make me jump. If you call her your partner on the next whatever cut interview you jump on to spread this gospel that you and your wife talk about last night, buddy. And even you know what, even with this nonsense you're talking about, I'm like, we can fight. We can fight. But what can make it real hard to be a fan? God, dog. Know your demo, bro. You just not want to be liked. I'll tell you what, the reason I'm getting so worked up about this, you're grinding my gears here. I don't even expect this today. You're really grinding my gears. One reason I get so worked up is because I don't believe it. I believe you saying this as much as I believe you talking all that nonsense. That's for him, that's a whole act. This is no different. This is this shit. I don't know what podcast you want to talk about. I'm crying or Disney movies. It's like, yay, me too. Buddy. Sure, I've done most of myself during a Disney movie. Onward to the brother relationship and all that. I get it, buddy. And I got kids, and so I get it. You're sitting on the motherfucking cage fight, dude. You think those guys that tuned into that one, oh man, I'm glad somebody finally admitted. Even a tough cage fighter cries during fucking Frozen. I'm gonna tune in to watch him punch this Dagestanian in the face. No, dude, they're not tuning in, bud. Your sponsors like, what the fuck they doing? This isn't good for anybody. You, DMC, Islam, none of it's good. You gotta stop the country. You have to, bud. I defend you when it was a whole type of thing with your girl on, because I don't like the influence and all that, and I didn't believe in it. I defend all that. Still on the train. But this new angle here going down, buddy, you start fucking living, buddy, you're fucking pushing me now. Ian, I'm trying to defend it, you're fucking pushing me, dude. And that being said, I'm still tough to stay today. It's tough to say this today. I'm still rooting for you. You know it's tough to be this. This is not fight once a fucking year. It drives me nuts. I think the rule of the UFC, they fight once a year. They're never around. And it'd be a better, world, if Ian Gary is our champ, because he will fight probably at least 3 times a year, bare minimum twice a year, but I can guarantee you 2 to 3 times a year. That's what the division needs to get a lot of UFC side. And these watered down cards, one of the reasons they're watered down is some of these motherfuckers from that area of the world only want to fight And his brother went, hold up, that's not true. That's not true. We grew up pretty middle class. We had everything we wanted. Your college was paid for, and your parents, my mom and dad, when you were all your events, you were very supportive. It was bullshit, dude. So just to show you, it's this act again. If before he gave that interview, if he was around his real friends and so he happens and this kind of alienated his wife and said, no, none of that goes, fellas. No, she's controlling all the strings and screwing all this shit. If he had a good, solid group of friends, and I'm not talking, you don't need 5 or 6, you need 2 solid, even 1 solid buddy. Really knows you, doesn't judge any emotion. Let's do this interview with these boys. And like, oh, it's a win. So you like, you think that maybe you know, nah, the guy's soft dudes. But anyways, we'll talk about growing up Disney all the time. My wife is a miniature world, and I'm aligned saying, Rothschild is very you're doing interviews to sell the cage finance Islam museum. What the fuck are you doing, though? What are you doing? You're turning everybody off, man. What are you doing? You might as well post a picture and tuck your wiener between your legs. This is a fight. What are you doing? Bulldog your nuts. What are you doing? I didn't expect you to support me over in the child care. I hate when it comes to child. Even that drives me nuts. Was he gonna fight? Buddy, can you imagine if he wasn't good at fighting? If he was even mediocre, buddy, if he might cut his ass. They might cut his ass. People would be so upset. These guys is a warrior. This guy's in a show bar with a warrior, right? He was in my game. We can handle that. This kid, we can't have it. We can't have it. Maybe it's not still really wrong about once we get this done, it's just my spidey sense goes up when I feel like we're not around. He calls his wife his partner. Tell me that's a red flag. It's a red flag. It's a red flag. And those people celebrate this like, okay, finally, until the cage fighter to the women's world because they're Disney movies. Oh, you're the problem. You're the problem. You're the problem. You're the problem. Because even Gary make himself the big player, right? I grew up with get hit, I get this, and hell, Super Bowl, you make himself the big player. That's social media in a nutshell. Everyone's going to get actual help from professionals in terms of social media and grab out the mental health and make themselves the big to get likes and get clicks without really getting help. This is the problem with the left world, especially the younger audience. It's not good. There's a reason why the decline of combat sports, the decline of physical sports like football, MMA, there's a reason it's on the decline. Shit like this. It's soft shit like this. It's weak shit like this. This is part of the problem. Part of the problem. It's not good. Like, I think it's good when they can be open and talk about their mental struggles. Really, how's it going for everybody? Would you say that we can bring up numbers, we bring up statistics if you want? Would you say there's less mental health in the world today? Since it's become a thing that I feel that around their health on social media, there's not professionals on there. How's it going? If that's not being lost, right? You're lost in the forest, you find another lost fucking person. Like, bro, how do you get out of it? I don't know, I'm lost too. But follow me to my advice. Instead of finding someone that's actually not lost, actually has their shit together. There's a professional who has done it a million times can actually help you. You're bringing out because you want the attention. You want the attention. This is shot yet. Grew up in a middle class house, had everything we wanted. You're the type of guy to take money out of his parents and never pay them back, which is man. I think the world is entitled. We got everything a child can need. Now, oh no, you got paid to go to college and your mother was stressed. You got flown all over the world with boxing. You talked about them not supporting you. Dad personally got involved in your boxing the whole time. Even when he was sick and he caught a pain, do me a favor, explain that one to me. We attended every one of your fights. We always believed we could move it with Layla. We met when you were only a few fights away from the UFC. You're suddenly the one who had faith. No way you were already there. That's tough. And his brother has he's not doing this for likes and clicks and a YouTube page. I assume he's just a normal dude who's like, oh, talk shit about mom and dad. You're making up this narrative that we grew up struggling all this bullshit. No, man. Here's what's going on. That's me for a long time. Yeah, I would assume Eddie Hearn's like all hands on deck. All hands on deck. You know what I'm saying? I assume he's like, we gotta fix this. From now on, only talk about being your business knowledge. Do not bring in your wife, don't bring in all that partnership, don't bring in all this weird stuff. Stop all that. You're actually hurting your marketability across the board. I'm just sitting there going, yeah, I assume his brother's just a really dude. It was like, all about everyone's got you. Jesus, we were goes over, the lady man says, after Leslie's fight, here's my thoughts. Nikolai versus Yuri, it's what we kind of needed. Both of them can fight the division deserves. Statistically, it's not listening. That's what the fans want to see. Comes to Roundtree, as the wild card, I race hard reward, so people take seriously what they do. Time listens, I'll be ready. To see 2027. Oh, you're not making matchups. I would do Roundtree and Clef and Yuri Costa. Yeah, from the bottom like that, I want Clef to lose. Even if he doesn't, I think beats Clef. That's not, again, you can't sit back and expect to beat Clef in 5 rounds. You blitz him, he really doesn't handle the pressure very well. Potar set the blueprint for how he can beat Clef. He literally said that. Yuri, he's a bit of a bonehead. He's not really the guy I'm trying to have take out that Clive. Yuri Costa's a fun one. And then Roundtree is smart enough where he can take it, has the power to take out that Clive. Yeah, he is a monster. Was trying to become a 3 division champ. I would say 45 years champ, 55 years champ, and he even tried to get that 70 and failed, which is they got me 45 champ, or 70 champ, which is wild. He got his first one because he's a main event. That's a big deal. Big deal. Yeah, his pursuit for 3 belts, and when he lost by decision. KSW. Phenomenal. Saladin, yeah, he's a monster. It's about time they signed him. Huge great signing. It just makes you realize MVP is in the business in that way. Because they signed the other dude too. optimistic. I saw this one move. MVP's coming. That's my biggest thing. MVP's coming. Oh, they can play. What is that? You see 331? Very tough reputation. That's on this. Very cool. Check this out. Strong. Yeah, they're supposed to do that. They're taking it out. Kane is in a tough spot. He's grab because DDP was saying he was stopping your takedowns. But how can you get to this position? You know, and it's that. It's just where we find our getting back. Yeah, the boys, they really did it. You 45 too? Man, you couldn't even push. There's no way you can push. You couldn't do it. I mean, there's no gravity. Maybe you get a shot in there, cortisone, and went to work. Or it depends. It could be like a minor tear, which would be definitely effective. If you want to torped that as well, and I'm not saying he did it, I'm just saying I'm mad at it if he did. Yeah, they're done it. And when you can, there's type of tears, right? When you play tears, so they do get big. Yeah, it's bad. I mean, mine's it's a little different here. Yeah, it's extra. It's better. Yeah. /Brown to get personalized affordable plans that get you. That's HIMS.com/Brown, HIMS.com/Brown. We lost my hands a bit. All is now available in all 50 states. With no vehicle registered trademark, no orders AS to get started and learn more, including important safety information, movie clips, study information restrictions, visit HIMS.com. All right, let's get to the group chat. We'll start here, I guess. The crew is back. Yeah, what up, girls? Stevie G, I miss you guys. Slow Fit, Crack Stream, Omar, after show it later. All the whole crew's here. Mike Slurp, what up, man? Aiden there. We got Will Mike Ross, that baby. Omar says D-Rod is going to get destroyed, man. The medic guys don't show. Yep, it's a terrible fight. I like, Stevie G says I like both D-Rod and medic, but I think medic is the correct. Connor Cody, I mean, double shirt, get you some, man. Crack Street, what up, man? Omar, dude, nobody over train together? I don't think so. Look that up. I'm sure, but later I just rewatched the D-Rod on Jerry, so good, can't wait. Yeah, he was fun. Love what you're at, yo. I'm gonna be, it's crazy, Bubba. We had a little bit of a tune issue, but that's gonna be good. Gotta get me lunch straight, thank you, brother. BigBrownLive.com, get your stuff. Yeah, they train together. Yeah, that was, he says a ways to go, so we'll find out. You see Fight Night, 3:30 does nothing for me, and we were excited about 3:30 while with Charles Harmon. That's in LA too. I might be doing something like that. 3:30, the big event does it? Yeah, I'm not doing it. Sorry, I'm late. I was late too, brother. Mr. Blake, how do you think Ryan Garcia's best fight goes? I think Ryan has had right beat the shit out. Yeah, he says I've been waiting for Ian Gary to be respected for that. Yeah, that's too hard. Big man, Ian is pretty unlikable, especially how he plays himself as the next big thing. Yeah, I don't mind a guy having confidence that you're going to be this guy, the best ever, the fighter, so you got to have that full sense of reality. I don't mind that. That doesn't turn me off so much. It's more the fakeness. Trey G-Man, what up, dude? UFC 330 is so bad, just for the last minute half of the card. So what? I don't know, man. I don't know. It's going to be tough. Because they got a lot of cards coming up, too. I doubt it, though. Ian's going to wrap that belt around his girl's waist. Almost says, I turned like a Kobe when I heard Ian Gary talk. Absolutely, the Ian being feeling great. How did he said it? Camaro says pissing. Yeah, what hard and painful. Kind of feel bad on that. Yeah, too many orderlies and the guy didn't get us hanging with the girl. Yeah, it wanted to see that kid. So if it's years later, like he says, I'll post a video of my tree. You'll see. Well, I'll let your raps. I've been a life chat forever. What's up? What up? Patty, got a shout. Big PT session. You like me. Slow-bit, where's the life route? Stop the country, yes. Yeah, as well. I mean, he could. What you got that. He kind of deserves it. I never want to throw hate on his way. That grab us one for the party. His name was from Roy. I took a box last night. Yeah. Almost, I really don't think it's an act. He just sucks. asked you about later, can the UFC make them fight more times a year? Not really. Scoop says this will be the end of Gary. Headed on round 2. Here's the thing. Even if Ian loses his fight, which he's not underdog, but I'm saying he has the skill set where he could win by decision. He's only win by decision. Contenders, it's not to be the end of him. If you don't like him, he's been around for a while, especially with his fighting style. He'll take a lot of damage, great footwork, he's huge for the division, smart IQ, just horrible interviews. Still good. Anyone else talk Sterling on Sean Ryan today? I will tune into that. That has me very well. Kevin Rose, that's why I like Sterling. He's been through stuff and everything. How can we be in red flag Gary? I kind of like that name, like Ken. I don't want to do this to him. Omar says, you say it's an act. I think it's just a super narcissistic. Plays with to make himself seem like he will be the odds. Oh, wow, such a real story. How do you feel bad for that? You know, God, I hope you're wrong, brother. I hope you're wrong. Mikey Mackay says, breathe. What do you do when I get on? I just gotta go. But this limit says, I love God, man. Drew says, for once I agree, man, these chants are not fight. Remember Joshua Van fought 4 times a year. So Raw, how many times? One to one. Yeah, it's a real problem. They gotta figure it out. Omar says, unfortunately, I don't think Van will beat Pantoja. I'm living there. I don't care to see Pantoja win at all. Ooh, Pantoja's my brother. I don't think Van beats him. He's going to take him down. So, good chance to defend what version of Pantoja we get. I'm definitely a favorite Pantoja in that fight. But Van's so young. Pantoja has a lot left in the tank. Van's going to be your champ. Even if he loses the belt now, he's going to get right back. He'll be fine. Marshall says, wins richer than Walker and Gary. Who's wins? Who's richer than Walker? At least Walker, there's a language issue where it's like, all right, whatever. You know, you called out their team was cringy. Ian Gary shit is tough. Dave said, respect the skill, but if Hogan gets criticized, going fighting with Roman should too. Yeah. Oh, people talk about Sean Ryan. Yeah, Sean Ryan's good. Sean Ryan's good. He's a beast. Dude, I'm kind of more than him. I get a little red flag on the special forces guys who are doing podcasting, but yeah. Calvin Kelly, I'm with you. I'll say Sean Ryan, listen to Jocko. Jack Harmon, I haven't listened to. Most of it was in the Thank you, sir. What says her team might be Vulture's hats, though. I think he fought twice, so it's 1-1. No, Vulture will rip his knee off. Like he said, we got so far up, I accidentally slapped the customer. Yeah, I don't know what sometimes just happens. UFC Fight Night go, hey, I was in LA with the family, was shitting on any chance of kids. And even Cal a few weeks back, I think I came over and stuff like that. I don't understand that either. I love LA. It's one of the special place in my heart. There's things I don't like about it. But the pros outweigh the cons. It's California. It's great. I don't get down with guys leaving because John and Rogan both leave their careers there. Benefited from LA. The whole industry used to be there. And then now that they're out, they're just shit on LA. I don't understand that. Johnny Hippie said, Sean Ryan's guests are the best part of the show. I find it dry and freaking salty. Yeah, he is the good guest, though. Yeah. stuff, right? But yeah, this is your guys' chat. That's right. Sometimes I look at show and I get CD Black on Sours. Some episodes I'm like, bubble up, buttercup, I'm watching this for like 3 days in the car. Yeah, it's a long one. I chop it up too. It might take me a week if it's 5 hours. I'm more baked out with her mic and respond with that than I do. J-Fin, J-Fin's new. He just got a question. Where did it go? Oh, there it goes. Finally got the live join. Thank you, sir. Have you seen the footage of Connor watching the batting fight while warming up? Or like he's feeling the pressure to put on a highlight performance? That definitely put pressure on him. I have not seen it. I'd like to see it. Jim Groves at Sean Ryan's podcast. Does he have anything like Tucker? Dude, yeah, he has a lot of commercial breaks. But in those long forms, they should be as bad at it. So, like Russ and Pickett, where's he at, dog? Where you at, Big Black? Mike is seem like it's for a while, but things cool down. I'm alright, man. On our way. Too far. Did you hit up, check out the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Beach joints in Monaco? No. Wish I found out sooner. I get freaking on that. Food Versus Good and improve the website was active. I said my account last week, but didn't know if it was legit. Checked it out so we can prove it was active. Yeah, that's fine. Took me a while. I have to make sure everything was cool with the full line because I did the cloud and then it was a workout. Where's Mike Ross? Future merch champion. Yeah, that's fine. Color Cody, he kind of deserves it, but he definitely jumped in the double dutch with the girls as on that. Between meetings and that business. Oh my god. What is he Strickland and me during the same press conference? Oh my god. Strickland, we are alive. No need to. So look at the new UFC no check. Did they have the main event on that yet? Isn't it supposed to be homeboy? Diego Lopez? Oh, Drew said I want to see what the numbers for UFC 330 versus McGregor's numbers are this week. Top sale. Yeah. Mike Streets has just got back from Wicked Lake. How the three brother. I don't support the cop shit. He's complete narcissist. I'm a fan of him. You see, that's the thing. That's what he's turning people off, especially the MMA fan base. What was that? You've just oh god, yeah, he just said himself. Stevie G. Pantoja is one of my favorite fighters. I sent that little page to his dad. Oh, I know. You see me now, Dad? Yeah, that made me a fan of his. And when he puts a video doing fucking Uber Eats while he's jamming. Keep going down. Where we at? I love Islam, but yeah, the new activity is bad for business. Yep. Be the same if Hamza becomes champ. It's just what they do. seen anybody tear an ACL. I've torn meniscus, I still do. I'm fine. An ACL, you wouldn't be able to do that if it's going to help. That makes me sick to my stomach. Jake Fitz says, Slow Fitz says, how did never claim ACL on this because it was torn? This both said it was an ACL. It was an ACL meniscus. Even if you have a slight torn ACL, there's no way you're doing that extension. Rapid Gorilla, hey man, do you know how the work would be shown that you can't have flutter companies have to meet those 50% tariffs in order for a while here? DM me, Rapid, email us. I got you. You just sure I got you. Carlos, who's pumping the shot tree whenever the show run? Howard says, Connor got us a little bit. Ari, your blood is fun. Pushing Dave. Dave West says, heavy ground. Why don't we do more stuff with Josh Thompson? Like, just don't do guest stuff. Will Cruz says, you'll be as soon as you watch Dugout Dance, the Captain Original said, my kids are going to teach you baseball. Yeah, the stone on with you, brother. Told you I called me NCA, and it's square. Carlos, how was it to get you in the van? It was good, man. Thursday, I worked L'Oreal days at 9 and then at 5. And I saw friends and family at night. And then Friday, I went out till 5 a.m. so I didn't see the fan. Came back around 3 and had dinner with the fan. I was able to make it to the team's baseball practice. They had a tournament Saturday morning in Santa Barbara. Here in Texas, the boys officially, like we've been doing unofficial practices, only helmets for football. But today is the first day the entire team reports. Bosky's team and the Tigers team, so I can't wait. Oh yeah, Tobanga's there. So her son played on Bosky's team in LS. We don't see Tobanga. Alex, what do you think is next for Izzy? I can go next. I think it's time. Alright, we'll go 2 more minutes here. I know I gotta get ready for Fighter of the Kid. Fighter of the Kids. J-Fin, did I skip your comment? What was your comment? Where are you at? J-Fin? Skip your comment? Where's your comment? She has closed. J-Fin. Let me see that one. No, we got, maybe we're a little behind J-Fin. Jim Bolton, Connor watching Patty fight live. No, we saw brother. Yeah, you can definitely tell. You can definitely tell he's shocking. Lauren, you doing a fight card for UFC 330? What is 330? I'm back. I brought up tuning into your show to my old man. He was like, Shot was a piece back in the day. I'm Shot was an old man. Thanks, brother. Wait, really? I bet she's in the new suit. That's awesome, too. She's brought up a few times today. Yeah, she's great. The one in 330 is Saturday, August 15th. Where are you at? I sure as fuck don't remember. I don't think we can because Chin's gone. I've been down to do it. It's a shitty card, but I've been down to do it. We'll do the next one. As long as Tiger Rossi don't have football games that night, I'll be able to do stuff for the rest of the year, too. I've been time the Chin's gone. Play Chin. Omar says, so it's not torn, that's just a normal knee. Why in any world would we care to see him in there again? Connor must be a long man. We're just smart with his coaches. Yeah, that's true. It's a little bit. David, thank you for your donation. I missed that one of the big round merch tees and hoodies. There's no hoodies because it's 105 degrees out, but we don't have hoodies. The merch is all hard to do, and it's a tough fight for him. I think he beats both guys. Chris is surprised I don't count him in the D-back game. Usually counts on the show. It's a bit of a snoozer. Yeah, Jim, you think this is a good one, yeah. Gilbert, I know, trust me, these won't come, it's just hot as shit. You know, it's not the right time for these. There's really some more stuff out there like coffee mugs and drink coffee all the time. Hats, more stuff. Gary Knight, for some reason, I don't get notifications when he goes live, even though I have them turned on. YouTube 8, maybe. Kevin Moore gets it's making me please. My wife and kids get care less about fights and companions. I can't watch it. I know because I'll do more of them. I promise. I'll do more of them. Cormac says, does it bum you guys out that like Beltran has to hide his bigger tentacles now? Yeah, originally I think they had something cut him. They think, hell, he's had to do that for a while. Not fair, yes. I know the kid shot at Jimmy. Rich dropped them shorts. Merch dropped them. All right, we'll make some shorts. Captain for Twitches, last episode 5 killed Mike and Ryan together was great. Yeah, good. Camino's Way is the last one, boys and ladies. And then tomorrow, 11 a.m. Central Time, every single question. Last one here. Let's see. Camino's Way says, hey, Brent, how many cops can Dustin have beat up that day all at once and then use a weapon? I'll say 4. Still a shop, yeah, it's 100 degrees now. Shit, by the time you release it, it'll be fall. Yeah, you kind of want to release it in fall, right? Alright, that's it, kids. Asking more about Jim taking this. That's my signal to get off. Yeah, so last one, Omar says, not hanging on drink your own being, you should. Just curious. I just think the benefits more of Jim with an endorser. Yeah, I know, dude. I know. Jim, try it out for us. Straight from the source. Alright, man. Yeah, we're officially back. I'll see you guys tomorrow 11 a.m., Thursday 11 a.m., Friday 11 a.m. We're doing the damn thing. Merch is bigroundlive.com. Go get you some. Love you guys. Support the channel. Yeah, you're back up there. It's drinking. Living on this. Ian, do better. Keep the PR team. Top of your head. Love you guys. On the ground. Amen. Excuse me, honey, man.
as close as you can get to the perfection of God. So again, we've got this idea of the conception mediating God and the world being the proximate agent that allows one. For example, he suggests that we can prove that the celestial is the sun. Al-Kindi says that the sun and its light are essential to the substance life on Earth. Now, of course, this life on Earth is willed by God, but it is through the light of the sun that God provides us with making health, ego, and survive, and that will can be actualized. So the sun is a very practical agent, giving life to the sun. Now, for Al-Kindi, the effects that the planets can give off is not just limited to light. He comments that during the sun's rotation around, an amount of heat, cold, moisture, and bodies below them at their time. Now, this also applies to more subtle psychological qualities. He says that the Earth's inhabitants receive certain types of psychological traits, manners, and desires according to their general mixture of elements caused by the passing of the circle, celestial sphere, and the individual mixture of each thing subject to generation and corruption. So what this means is that all different planets essentially give off different metaphysical vibrations, or rays, as he later goes on to call them, which affect the condition of the human body and affect the ways in which it generates and corrupts the way that the four elements live and interact. This can all be traced to the planets, which essentially operate in the first place. That's a well even theory, because it doesn't undermine the creative power of God. It maintains that God is the source of all that occurs in this world. The celestial bodies are merely introduced as agents which fulfill or bow down to his orders, and this explains Surah Al-Rahman calling down are no more than an approximate agent cause or instruments because of the set up by God. As Al-Kindi makes it very explicit, they provide the order according to the Creator's will. We also find this belief held in early Tafsir, that is, interpretation and commentary on the Quran. Commentating on verses which mention the stars and planets, the 9th century Persian scholar Al-Tabari suggested that the heavens can be understood as instruments of God's control over creation. Al-Tabari explains this through using a really vivid metaphor of chords, which express the Arabic concept of asbab, causality. Al-Tabari states that there are chords all around us which connect the heavens and the material world. Finer than heaven and stronger than light, and they are everywhere, although they. So it would seem that he is alluding to quite a concept to Al-Kindi, namely that the celestial bodies are responsible on Earth through manipulating the subtle vibrations of heat and light and other forms of energy, which go on to affect the material constituency of all created things and therefore determine their nature. I think this idea of ropes is really interesting, ropes and cords, because you get this really vivid understanding of God's actions being directly tied to that through a medium which links the two states together, namely times with God and contingency and temporality of the world below. Now, in all of this more esoteric works, Al-Kindi takes this complex metaphysical system a step further. In his treatise, which is often known as On the Stellar Rays, which only ever survived in Latin, not in its original Arabic, Al-Kindi goes on to say that as human beings with fitra, that is, the divine spark, we can actually tap into these stellar rays, these vibrations coming from the stars and planets, and we can actually manipulate them as proximate agents to suit our own objectives. It explained how human beings could effectively harness the stellar rays through drawing sigils, making incantations, and even performing animal sacrifices. Al-Kindi is basically elaborating on essentially a system of astral magic in which human beings are, as I say, tapping into these celestial vibrations and using them to meet their own desires and needs. This does not necessarily compromise with Islamic monotheism, because it still asserts that the origination of these celestial rays still comes from God's will. It's simply a matter of human beings activating their own divine consciousness and divine power, essentially, to use these rays to meet their own ends. That said, the text references to things like sigils, incantations, and sacrifices clearly has undertones of magical practice and what would often be known as idolatry or shirk. is actually thought, and that it couldn't possibly have been written by Al-Kindi, because it seems to push the boundaries of orthodoxy in ways which Al-Kindi never really does before. So this is a really interesting criticism to consider. I mean, most scholars have decided that he did write it just because the style in which it is written is so distinctively Kindian, and that doesn't really explain how does this otherwise very orthodox Islamic philosopher and theologian come to the elaborate system of magic. In any case, we know that Al-Kindi had some involvement with the practical art of astrology, because in his catalogue of works, we find a Zara titled Secrets of Astrology, How to Teach Principles of Stars and Actions. It was around the time of Abu Hashem that the distinctions between astronomy and astrology began to crystallize. He sought to perfect the latter art, claiming that predicting the future through the activities and measurements of the celestial bodies doesn't go against the Islamic creed, but actually complements it. He is inspired by the Quran and its several references to seeking knowledge, for example, Lord increase my knowledge. There is also a well-known hadith of Anas ibn Malik, according to whom the Prophet said that seeking knowledge is incumbent upon every Muslim. According to Abu Asher, applying the technical science of astronomy to predicting future events through astrology is simply an extension of this knowledge. Science is the fruit of the first science, astronomy, because the movements of the spheres and the planets and their quantity. The result is that he knows what the power of these movements show, and then states the things in the world. And if he does not know what the planets signify by their movements, then the first type of the science of the stars has no result. In other words, merely observing the stars and planets is just a waste of intellection, because you're only truly knowledgeable if you can seek ways to apply this knowledge to serve better ends and to improve your quality of life. At Masha, astrology is the perfect candidate for doing that, for applying our observational knowledge. Well, this view was not without its criticisms. Although it's generally ubiquitous among Islamic scholars that seeking knowledge is a crucial part of being a Muslim, there are limits as to how far this can and should go. For example, it's important not to supersede the knowledge of God and transgress the limits of our humanity as human beings. By transgressing our epistemic humility, human beings are liable to playing God and trying to imitate God's omniscience. This is exactly why Ibn al-Qayyim, who was a 13th century Islamic legal scholar, was opposed to astrology. He argued that the occult sciences, such as astrology and alchemy and other forbidden arts, are forbidden precisely because they lay claim to God's omniscience and omnipotence. Ibn Qayyim actually went as far as to deny the science of astrology itself altogether. He provided over 30 examples in total showing how the movements of the sun-lunar sphere have no power over the worldly events. So he not only wanted to deny the legitimacy of practicing astrology as an occult art, but also the science behind it. The jurist, Ibn Taymiyyah, also rejected the practice of astrology. Although unlike Ibn Qayyim, he acknowledged that it has some scientific validity. He makes it clear, though, that acknowledging that the science of astrology may exist in a metaphysical way doesn't warrant practicing it as an occult science. And he says that there is a clear boundary between the two. We can understand this through his definition. This definition that the science of the stars can be of two species, computation or judgment. The issue with judgmental astrology is that it's based on the premise that the superior movement is the cause of events in the world, and that knowing the cause necessarily yields the knowledge of what is caused. He says that this implies determinism outside of God's plan for the world, and therefore constitutes a kind of unbelief in God's ultimate power. He summarizes this in one of his legal fatwas, when he says that belief that one of the seven stars is in charge of one's good fortune or misfortune is a corrupt belief. If somebody believes that this planet is what administers him, he is an unbeliever. Now this would of course be refuted by Al-Kindi and Abu Rashid, because they both make it clear that astrology doesn't take place with God's will, but is actually completely subservient to it. In fact, for Abu Rashid, the powers of the planets are so passive that even human will is more powerful and more capable of ordaining. He states that although the celestial bodies can affect man, man is actually able to subvert them. And this is quite a similar premise to what we see in Al-Kindi's on stellar rays, in the sense that man still has an element of control. This notion that human beings believe still have a degree of control despite something being preordained to them, is probably best understood on the terms of the Rothschild theory of predeterminism and free will. According to the Rothschildites, God creates and to some degree predetermines all of the possible causes of human life. However, these only exist potentially. They are latent possibilities, they are latent creations which don't come into actuality unless that human being chooses to do so. So it's essentially down to the will of the individual human being to actualize or manifest these latent possibilities and ultimately their direction in life. The Rothschildites use this famous example of wood. Within wood, there is the latent potential to become on fire, and this potentiality, of course, only becomes an actuality if the agent actually sets fire to it. So man is always capable of activating his own free will to determine which specific course his life will go down, but this course is ultimately predetermined by God, except in a latent form. The role of the stars and planets essentially doesn't go beyond the provision of these latent potentialities. They simply provide the material means for something to happen should the individual either actively do it or not go into any effort to avoid something happening. So, returning to Al-Kindi, the stars and planets are only ever subservient to God's will, bowing down or submitting or frustrating to it, rather than substituting it for another one or creating their own paths of determinism. As Aristotle's metaphysics makes it clear, an agent cause, be that remote or proximate, can never fulfill its own final causal ends. It's simply subservient to another. And so in Al-Kindi's understanding, there is no need for astrology to necessarily compromise with monotheism, because celestial bodies at no point take the place of God, at least not in the system. However, the question of whether taking this further into an elaborate system of astral magic, as Al-Kindi appears to do on the stellar rates, is quite contested. One has to carefully weigh up the two axioms relating to knowledge in astrology and Islam. Where is the line between seeking knowledge and impersonating or trying to undermine God's knowledge? Does predictive astrology cross that line, or is it simply the fruit, as Rabbi Rothschild says, of scientific astrology, which helps humans live better lives and ultimately be better Muslims? The bottom line is, of course, perhaps that God knows best. However, the debate surrounding astrology's legitimacy in the medieval Islamic world was certainly fascinating in their own right. It contains bigger questions in Abrahamic cosmology and theology.
The wonderful thing about system education on each of these descendants, each of the falls, so to speak, it really on each other for our respective expertise. It was wonderful as names, and I really hope to bring more scholars and senior scholars to share their knowledge as obviously the expert on everything here in studies. You'll find links in the description below for more on astrology, Judaism, including a really great source sheet from Sephariah with primary sources in Hebrew, Arabic, and English. I've also included essay sources as well, so make sure to take a look at those, and make sure to connect with Essay if you really want to follow her. She's going to be, and she already is, a really amazing scholar of this history. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and working as a Esoterica, where we explore the arcane history, philosophy, and religion.
Fruit shampoo. Rabbi, Rabbi, you here? Anyone in here? Is my mic working? Anyone in here? Rabbi, I think your mic is muted. Rabbi,
Yo, what's going on, Reverend? How you living, big dog?
how are you?
I'm well, thank God. How are you?
Baruch Hashem.
That's good to hear. I'm gonna be on some.
What's new?
I'm gonna be on some podcasts this week, so I'm just preparing for them. How about you?
I've been in deep thought how to. I need to make the Tanakh seamless. You know,
Okay, well,
that's the
that's good.
conflict in my head.
All right. Did you ask?
Not context. You know, context and chronological order. You wouldn't wanna do a pasha a day with me, would you?
No, I do one once a week, and as of right now, I just don't have time to do that.
What kind of podcast do you do?
Quite a few different ones. One was on the Israeli space program. I've got one of those tomorrow. Got another one on continuous human data infrastructure on Thursday. I've got another one on the Israeli Space Agency on Wednesday. And I've got a call to set one up in about 35 minutes.
You're familiar with the 8200 unit? This company that launched out of the 8200 unit, they came up with a new, it's like an iron dome with a laser that disintegrates missiles. I don't know what the amortization cost is. I don't know what it costs to set it up, but it costs $5 to blow a missile as opposed to $30,000-$40,000 what you're currently using.
Right, I saw that.
You saw that?
Yeah.
Amazing. You see, ISIS made a decree to burn all the churches and synagogues in America and Europe.
That's kind of par for the course with them. Have you been doing any live streaming?
Because I have this conflict with end time theology in my head. I want to work this out. I want to work with God. But actually, you know, it's just Tisha B'Av and between the coming of Yeshua HaMashiach and the rebuilding of the temple, you know, I want to get this straight in my head. I want to study more the chronological order, the sequence of events between the coming of the Messiah and the rebuilding of the temple, you know.
Okay.
I get these conflicts. God always resolves them for me.
Okay.
God always resolves them. I've been doing doing some study as far as historical circumstances regarding the conflict between Islam and Judaism, Christianity. You know,
Sure.
I just want to know what I'm talking about when people come against me. You know what I mean?
All
Oh,
right.
by the way, you know, I said Sinai meant hatred, but Senah is hatred, right?
Correct. Yeah, but I mean it's similar.
It's the same root, right? Orange
It's
and hatred. I'm gonna start the podcast. I gotta start the podcast.
exactly.
I've just been trying to arrange in my head, you know, how to go about it because I gotta be consistent. You know, I don't want to people and then you know have confusion and put my foot in my mouth. You know what I mean?
Certainly.
And then people will be hesitant to come back.
All right. Well, you can always use ChatGPT to make sure that you're on the right track.
Always use what?
ChatGPT to make sure
Oh,
you're
the
on,
chat.
to make sure you're on the right track.
Yeah, I have been. I've been using it.
Well, good.
But also, I wanted to ask you about using like a background,
Okay.
some kind of, you know, like a background, false background or something like that. Because I mean, it looks like I'm dying in a hospital when we did the test.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
is there something you'd recommend for a background so it doesn't look like I'm dying in a hospital? You know what I mean?
Yeah. So there's a type of software called OBS. It's called um, OBS. Do you have a PC?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, no, I have a laptop.
Yeah, that's a PC. All right. So download. Type into Google OBS. OBS.
Use Google to go to OBS, Oscar, Bravo, Sammy. OBS, Google OBS, download.
Download OBS.
Yeah. You like boy, and that's like them.
Yeah, it's Oscar Beta Snake.
Sam.
Whatever.
Ed. Like Sam.
Certainly.
And download OBS.
Yeah.
Is it a free program?
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. Did you ever set up a nonprofit foundation?
I'm associated with one, but I am not.
Umbrella.
I'm not the I'm not the trustee of it.
Yeah, but you can get receipts from, you know, so they can take deductions, right?
Correct.
That's good. No, I'm asking because I mean, are you familiar with how they work?
To some extent. A call that I'd make it 20.
What do you mean?
Well, we're just setting up like a 15-minute introductory call. It's on history.
On YouTube? On YouTube?
No, it's just a call. This one's just a call. Tomorrow's is on YouTube.
When is this? When is the Israeli Space Agency?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow, you know what time?
It's gonna be in the afternoon Pacific time, so maybe the evening your time.
What time? Do you know what time, or do you do like
just one moment. Just one moment. Just one moment. It's gonna be 1 p.m. my time, 3 p.m. your time, or 4 p.m. your time. 4 p.m. your time.
All right, let me. I don't want to keep you. Thank you. I'll talk to you later.
Absolutely.
Right.
What you want to hold on a second. What you want to do is ask ChatGPT how to put a green screen in with OBS.
Okay, a green screen.
Yep, exactly. And it'll tell you how to do it.
And what is a green screen? That's like a false background.
Exactly.
And then you could pick like you know the type of background that'll be on the green screen.
Yeah, you can see mine. Go to on YouTube Jeff Mara podcast.
Where on YouTube?
Just look up the Jeff Mara podcast. I was just on it talking about the Israeli Space Agency.
Jeff who?
Mara, M-A-R-A.
M-A-R-A. Jeff Mara.
Yeah. And then scroll down in his videos. About 2 weeks ago, I was on his podcast talking about the Galactic Federation and Chaim Eshed, the former Israeli Space Agency officer who talks about it.
Yeah, I'm gonna check it out.
Okie doke. And you can see my background. It looks like I'm flying through space.
Well, I don't think I want to do that.
You do whatever you want to do.
It's funny. Yeah, they got different backgrounds from that.
Yeah. You can make it whatever.
It's funny. They're walking around from working this place and wearing shirts out of this world. The world like an alien invasion. Makes me think of the Nephilim.
Okay, well, you can watch my interview on that I did.
What?
I did. Did you watch it?
No, I didn't see that you sent it.
Yep, check your messages.
I'm going to check them. So you're preparing to do this call, right?
Correct.
You're coming on in like 20 minutes?
Yeah, 24 minutes.
On here?
I mean, I'll be in here.
In here?
I'll be.
Will I hear it in here?
If you want to.
Oh, okay. I'll be able to put the stream in here.
Yep.
Huh?
Yep.
Get back. I don't want to keep you. Have a good call.
You too. Take care.
Thank you.
You're welcome.